Chair calls to order the Greenville LaFleur Consolidated School District Board of Trustees meeting. Please bow your head for a moment of silent prayer. Amen. Colleagues, I ask that you review the agenda as presented. Are there any items that we need to add, or Mr. Superintendent, do you have anything you would like to add?
Yes, sir. We'd like the board to consider adding to agenda item 11.12, consideration of approval of policy GBRI, absence from duty. Item 11.12, approval of policy GBRI, absence from duty. And agenda item 11.13, approval of Greenwood LaFleur GLCSD junior varsity football and fast pitch softball programs. .13, approval of GLCSD junior varsity football and fast pitch softball programs. And copies of those executive summaries are on your desk.
Colleagues, I ask that number 12, we change that to Delta Health Alliance curriculum, DHA curriculum is number 12. And then everything after that will just be moved down. So number 12 will become number 13. Is that okay with you, Mr. Superintendent? Ms. Remmer, you good with that? Are there any other additions, colleagues? Yes, sir. Item number 16 would be public comments. Is that okay, Attorney Palmer? And moving forward, we will include public comments on our agenda. And number 17 will be adjourned. If there are no other additions, Chair will entertain a motion to accept the agenda as presented. Second motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Mr. Superintendent.
Agenda item number 3, student recognition, GLCSD pre-K and kindergarten students. Dr. Gary.
Good evening. Mr. President, school board members. I don't think they're really quiet, so this is really, really good. I don't think you guys have ever had this many little people in your board meeting, but we want to honor them on today. These are our 4, 5, and 6-year-olds in our school district and in our And each student in the pre-K classroom will receive a backpack and, a book that says Countdown to Kindergarten and the night before kindergarten, because they will be, oh, she has a personal attending kindergarten in the future, so, in the next school term. So thank you, Harmony. And Harmony scored the highest in the district, in our is a 900 on kindergarten readiness assessment, and Harmony scored an 836. Next we have Jarvis Greenlee Jr. representing Claudine Brown Elementary School. It may be a little shy, yeah, maybe. Yeah. We have Landon Wade from LaPorte County Elementary School. And if, for those who attended Landon's, their transitional ceremony, Landon really showed out and showed us what he was working with up there at LaPorte County Elementary. We have Cecilia Hinckley from Redwood Primary. Jaden Crump from Redwood Primary. Soraya Tim from Redwood Primary. Michelle Campbell from LaPorte County Elementary School. And I bet you probably told him. Allison Horton from Claudine Brown Elementary. If, we did an interview with the New York Times on the Early Learning Collaborative at Greenville before, and Allison really impressed the reporter with her knowledge and skills in the classroom. She is like the teacher assistant to, these guys. Heather Martin from Greenville Primary. Kamara Johnson from Greenville Primary. Raymond Butts from Greenville Primary. Maria Duran from Delta Health Alliance. Raheem Cage Jr. from Delta Health Alliance. Paisley Wright from Greenville Primary. Corey Taylor from Delta Health Alliance. And Miles Hudson from Delta Health Alliance. All right, moving on to our kindergarten classes. And let me just say that over 50% of our kindergarten students were participants in our pre-K classes in our Greenville 4 Early Learning Collaborative. So that lets you know that what we're doing in our pre-K classes in the Greenville 4 Consolidated School District along with Delta Health Alliance is working. So we encourage you to
Dr. Gary, on behalf of the board, thank you for your leadership within the pre-K area. Also to the parents, thank you all so much for supporting our little ones as they are our future. And please feel free to stay for the duration of the board meeting if you so choose. However, we will allow you to leave at this time. Thank you again and congratulations to everyone. Mr. Superintendent.
Agenda item number 4, policy updates review. 4.1, fair labor standards policy. 4.2, vaping policy.
I believe Attorney Palmer, oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Good evening.
The Lewis had asked about, a vaping policy. And the short story is that we do. It's actually under the provisions of personnel. However, what I took the liberty of doing is you have the vaping policy of the district as well as a policy that deals with drugs or possession of drugs, tobacco, etc., by students in the district. And the last document that you have is the statute that deals with professional staff or certified staff, classified staff, employees of the district having such items on school grounds, and the misdemeanor that they would be subject to if they were in violation of the law, as well as, of course, they could be held responsible via policy. So that's what you have. Any questions? All right. Thank you.
Not a question for you, but Mr. Superintendent, have we had any instances where we had to apply this policy to any violations from students?
As far as
Vaping,
vaping
yes,
is
sir.
concerned, we have confiscated some vaping devices. So yes, we haven't had any particular incidents in applying the policy. So, but yes, sir, we have.
And then the other one, Attorney Palmer, was 4.1, the Fair Labor Standards. And I think this was in reference to the question about the applicability of comp time versus overtime compensation for those employees, those hourly waged employees.
All right, again, board, there was a question regarding the Fair Labor Standards Act, as well as whether or not such was a part of the policies of our district. I've handed you a policy that directly addresses that particular issue. When you're dealing with this particular policy as well as law, you have to ask yourself a couple of questions. One is whether or not the Fair Labor Standards Act applies to a specific category of employee. And those are itemized in the policy as to who it applies to and who it does not apply to. Just really simply, the higher up you are on the chain of command, likely this is not going to apply to you. The second question becomes, how are hours tabulated? And that is also itemized toward the bottom of that policy. Thirdly, it's very important to note that in our policy, it says that no overtime shall be worked without prior written permission by the employee's immediate supervisor. And that is to protect the district as well as not being surprised, because of course, some people are in a situation where they abuse the system and they will not allow or apprise their supervisor as to what they're doing, and next thing the district knows, it has a big bill for overtime pay. Regarding the last question, Mr. President indicated regarding who determines the pay rate of overtime pay. So the question is, who determines overtime pay, or all right, yeah, all right, who determines if an employee receives overtime pay or comp time? Well, according to the policy, it says the district determines that, and either they're going to be given compensatory time or they will be paid actual remuneration, which means monetary pay, but it indicates that that is a determination for the district, and I presume when it says the district, it indicates the superintendent or his designee. But that's outlined in the policy as well. Any questions?
Any questions for Attorney Palmer? Now, colleagues, my concern with the policy is, of course, if it were me and I had to work overtime, the comp time certainly would not be of interest to me, as opposed to being compensated payment for time and a half. So again, if the board wishes to leave the policy as is, or if we say that an employee can receive comp pay at the discretion of the superintendent up to a dollar amount, either at $1,000 for an academic year or something of that nature, maybe employees would be a bit more willing to commit to overtime to complete their jobs versus understanding they will only receive comp time instead. But again, those are my concerns, and I yield to the board.
And if I may make a recommendation, Mr. President, if that is an issue with the board regarding the policy, it may be something that the board wants to consider during the work session, and for you all to kind of just take it back and forth and see exactly what's in the best interest of the district. Any questions?
I have a question for Mr. Wallington. Mr. Wallington, so is there an overtime issue right now with the employees?
Not an issue. There are instances where automatically we have some overtime pay, where to the point of where we have issued compensatory time. When we're talking about our SROs and SSOs for ball games, and different things like that. Again, I spoke with with Ms. Totten as far as food service is concerned. At sometimes we have people that work as far as our cafeteria managers are concerned that may have to stay over an hour or so because a truck runs late or something to that effect. But that is approved by Ms. Totten. They filled out the compensatory form and it comes to me. I send it out, fill it out, and give it to the business office. So it's not we don't have a lot of quote unquote overtime unless we're talking about the SROs and the SSOs, okay? Because of the games and and those kind of things. But for the most part, it's sporadic. It's sporadic.
Mr. Superintendent, are you comfortable with the policy as is, or are you willing to consider changes? What are your thoughts on the matter?
I think it's a budget issue, if you ask me. I think that being that, you know, we haven't, as, you know, me as a new superintendent or first year and the board, we've really not had an opportunity to work through the budget to see where we are and what it is that we have. And if the budget is healthy enough to be able to, you know, to satisfy some overtime at a, like you say, at a cap, then that would be something that we could work with. You know, right now with the compensatory time, it has been, you know, it has worked well, you know, but of course you'll have some people that, you know, that may want to get paid for it, but I think that it'd be something that we should discuss, as attorney said, at work session, and once we go through as far as our budget for the year.
Any other comments, colleagues? Seeing none, thank you, Attorney Palmer. Mr. Superintendent.
Agenda item number 5, approval of the May 2nd, 2023 regular board meeting minutes. Executive summary, approval of May 2nd regular board meeting minutes.
Attorney Palmer, have you had opportunity to review those minutes to make sure that they reflect what occurred or the actions of the board?
Mr. President, I have, and they seem to do such.
Any questions, colleagues? Seeing none, your recommendation, Mr. Superintendent?
Superintendent recommends school board consider approving the May 2nd, 2023 regular board meeting minutes.
Chair will entertain a motion based upon the superintendent's recommendation.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Mr. Superintendent.
Agenda item number 6, superintendent's report. 6-1, time period, April 29th, May 24th. That is the school safety report, student attendance percentage, and certified staff attendance percentage. In the attachment that you all have, you get an opportunity to see where we, you know, finished up for our last report for the June board meeting. We have, we pretty much stayed steady. Now, in some of our schools, the number of disciplinary referrals kind of went up because of, you know, we were winding down school. We finished up with testing on May 17th, but it was not anything that we're, you know, discussing as far as disciplinary reports that were egregious. It's just that, you know, you get excited and you won't sit down. And, you know, so those kind of things. So it, everything ended up, the school turned very, very well. Agenda item number 6-2, maintenance report. You all have that attachment. You'll see where we, you know, the work that has been done for this time period at each one of our schools. Agenda item 6-3, data report. Um, 6.3.1 pre-kindergarten, 6.3.2 our kindergarten readiness assessment. In your in the information that you have, you'll get an opportunity to be able to see that we have improved over the spring 22 school year. Our the percent of our children that scored as far as pre-kindergarten is concerned in spring 22 above 498 was 54.93. In spring 2023, it was 71.53. .4, which is a increase of 16%. For kindergarten, in the, for spring 22, we had 35.67% of our students that scored, at or above that cutoff. And, for spring 23, which is this year, we had 54.7%, which is a 19.03% increase. And those are, that is the increase and the growth of those little ones that were just here, okay? That is one of the reasons why that we are celebrating them, because they did an excellent job of, with the work that they did when we're talking about those testing are concerned. They were very focused on what it was that they were doing. 6.3 third grade initial testing. In spring 22, on the initial testing, we had 42% of our students that passed third grade ELA. This school term, we had 49%, which is a 7% increase. We have increases at all of our schools that house third grade ELA, all but one. And I want to especially speak on Threadgill Elementary School. In spring of 2022, Threadgill Elementary School had the lowest passing rate in the state of Mississippi for the initial testing, which was at 18%. This year it was at 43%, which is a 25% increase in passing. So those kudos to Ms. Williams and her staff, the teachers, and those students. For our first retest, we had 164 students that took the retest. We had 19% of those students, as far as passing is concerned. The highest passing rate that we had was East Elementary School at 26%. And as we were speaking at the work session, our third and last testing for third grade ELA will be on June 27th. And as of now, we do have our summer school going for those students, as far as those, those 135 students that we have that are getting prepared for that testing. Agenda item 6.4, infrastructure. We touched a lot on that at the work session as to that work that we're doing in our schools. We're adding security at the Floyd County High School. We're having, and there's no attachment for that, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. We're having, it's just on the recommendation on the agenda. We're adding security at the Floyd County High School. We wanted to be able to have the doors with the panic bars on it when they close, that they latch. We didn't have that in Floyd County High School, so we're have gotten quotes for that, and we're getting ready to install those in this summer. Stump grinding, we have a lot of trees that have been cut down in the past, and we have the stumps were left for whatever reason, and that from other than being an eyesore, again, those stumps, they will decay. Then now you have bugs, you have all types of things that are in your grass or close to your school. So we're going to get those grinded up. Parking lots and school signage. If you saw coming into the central office, you can see the beginning of painting our parking lines and our handicap parking spaces so that we can be ADA compliant. And again, we're working on getting quotes for the brick sign at on I guess it's Bishop Road, going to Amanda Elder High School for getting that sign replaced. So we're those are just few of the things that we have going on. We have a lot of the projects in the, infant stage, to the point of where, you know, we're discussing whether that would be a maintenance situation that we'll do with our maintenance department, or will we, you know, outsource that when we're talking about that, you know, getting bids and or quotes. Agenda item 6.5, we talked about, you know, at the work session that we, you know, as far as our vision for the district, well, my vision for the district, when we're talking about making sure that at any opportunity that will present itself that could be done effectively and would give our students, you know, something that they can be involved in that will help them not only in class but in society, you know, that we were going to work on doing that. So 6.5.1.1, again, we all know about our award-winning mass choir, and we're going to work with that again this school term. I had a meeting with our band directors, and we're working on having a GLCSD mass band. It is not going to take the place of the bands that we already have. We'll still support them at 100%, but just give those students an opportunity to be able to work together and represent the district as a whole, you know, on any type of community events or whatever it is that the band directors decide to choose, you know, to do that. And based on the meeting that we had on yesterday, the GLCSD mass band will be 185 strong. And, you know, so with that being said, that would be a sight to see, okay, for our students. JROTC opportunity for all high schools. Again, I will repeat that, you know, it is stationed, well, it's named, but it is stationed at Greenwood High School, but we have opened it up for this year for 10 students for Amanda Elder and 10 students from the Floyd County High School that want to register. We will accommodate them through transportation as we do CTE if they want to be a part of that situation as well, and career and technical opportunities as far as our students are concerned, you know, to give them an opportunity to be, you know, as one of their electives, the first year of one of our career pathways programs, be it culinary arts, carpentry, or whatever it is that we have that give them that opportunity. So, you know, again, our students are gone, and we had a very, very, I feel we had a very, very productive school term. As you can see that as far as our testing is concerned, so far we've grown in everything that, you know, that we had an opportunity to share with you all. And we're just looking forward to a much, much brighter outcome and brighter future for our school district and our children.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Colleagues, any questions or comments? I just have two questions, Mr. Superintendent. In regards to your maintenance, so I ride past LaFleur every day, and for the last 3 weeks, I've been saying to myself that I thought a fence on the football field that's at a 20-degree angle would have fallen 2 weeks ago, but it's standing strong. So just my question is, between the athletics department and maintenance, somebody gonna look at getting that fence straightened out, I guess you can say, because it's right there on the main thoroughfare. So it's almost impossible to miss.
Yes, sir. I'll make sure that I reiterate that as far as maintenance is concerned.
Would that be something that the principal should report, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it should be, and I'm hoping that it happens. But you know, with my touring campuses and you know, and doing those, that has been reported. I think that I can almost remember the higher, wasn't really high, the higher winds that came. Mm-hmm. And what made it lean like that is that the cover that was on to keep people from looking in the game was still there, and that's what made it, the wind caught and made it lean. But we'll definitely get that taken care of.
And the last question is, has there been any discussion amongst your administration regarding a mask policy moving forward, at least for the upcoming school year,
Yes, and actually, you know,
or a lack of a mask policy, whichever way?
yeah, there has been, and that's gonna be something that I'm gonna ask the board as far as consideration is concerned, is either, you know, make it an option for, parents and what they want to try to do it, or just, you know, release, as far as the district is concerned from the mask mandate, because I don't think that we have, a mask mandate, you know, on earth anymore, to be honest with you, so, but yes, sir.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other questions? Yes.
Superintendent Waldington.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm looking at the GLCSD vision statement, and if it is approved, well, if the superintendent's report is approved today, I'm noticing it's still in progress.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that's why I put the WIP on there as work in progress, because I haven't had the opportunity to be able to get a committee together. You know,
Okay.
it's just the foundation of what my thoughts are as a superintendent, you know, that it is, important that we have a school district that is our size, with 4,100 students, that we are, going to have to consider ourselves and put that on our shoulders, that we're going to be, one of the main entities that's going to be, you know, responsible for the rejuvenation of our community. And with that being said, that's the kind of conversation I would have with the committee, and we will go from there. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that was my next question. Would there be a committee to work on the final draft? Okay,
Absolutely, yes,
thank
ma'am.
you.
Any other questions, colleagues? Seeing none, your recommendation, Mr. Superintendent?
Superintendent recommends school board consider approving superintendent's report for the June 2023 school board meeting.
Chair will entertain a motion based upon the superintendent's recommendation. It's been moved and properly second. All in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Mr. Superintendent.
Agenda item number 7, 16 section report, Mike Ainsworth.
Mr. Ainsworth, you've been sending a lot of emails.
Been doing a lot of research.
Yes, sir, understood.
So, I'll let everybody get some copies of the section report. The very first item we'll go over is agricultural property at 1619 North One East. It consists of 65 acres. The procedure is that the school district advertised that property in the Greenwood Commonwealth, 2 consecutive times, and now we're here to open up bids. I'll let Ms. Clark do the honors.
How many bids were received?
There's just only one bid on this particular tract. Let me remind you, you have the right to reject the bid. You have the right to, re-advertise the property if you choose to. You have the right to reduce the lease term if you choose to. And you also have the right, since you only received one bid, to allow me to negotiate a price higher than what is actually submitted. If we had more than one bid, that would not be the case. It would be a public auction amongst the bidders. Hope Planning Company submits a bid in the amount of $8,000 per year.
Colleagues, what is the will of the body? It's the first one, 1619 North, 1 East, correct, 65 acres.
That's correct.
Ms. Abraham?
I would have no problem accepting it.
Would you put that in a motion?
I move that we accept the one bid that was received for $8,000.
Second that motion. It's been moved and properly second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Mr. Ainsworth.
The second item is gonna be open bids for a hunting and fishing contract. This is real similar to what we just discussed. The difference is on a hunting and
Colleagues, what is the will of the body? Everybody doesn't have to speak at once.
I would, ask for a renegotiation of or higher bid
And do we need to put a cap
that is
on it?
considerably less than what has been paid.
What would be the negotiation minimum or max from the board? As you can see, Mr. Ainsworth has provided what the prior rent was for this lease agreement or contract rent.
If not 15, I would suggest, and this is just my suggestion, possibly 12.50.
Any other feedback, colleagues? And we need to put that in a motion for you, Mr. Ainsworth.
Yes, sir, if you wanna set that, minimum $1,200 for
$12.50.
$12.50.
Okay,
Yes,
this-
of course. Mr. Ainsworth, how long, have they had this tract of land?
Been at least a 5 year term, probably actually, longer than that,
That's a lot of land too.
So, have they done any, upgrades to it?
there's been no issues, being part of the upgrade. Typically, like on hunting land, it's different than agriculture. Agriculture, you can make many upgrades to
Mhm.
improve the property. Hunting land, it's timber, if you're hunting wildlife and game, not, you can actually put some food plots and whatnot, but at the end of the day, that's the benefit, obviously. Most of the time.
So, Mr. Ainsworth, may we ask if the entities bidding, if they are present, and we can ask them now if they're willing to,
Yes, anybody here representing, bid?
Dr. Moore, if you want to put your statement into a motion, the chair will entertain such at this time.
There has been, another statement from another board member.
The maximum bid right now is what? What is the maximum bid?
We didn't set a maximum bid in the advertisement.
Okay.
The reason I don't do that, is I don't wanna scare people off.
Okay,
Participating. I'm just giving you the information that the $1,500 is what they had been paying. So, that's what you've been receiving. Now, that was on a short-term lease agreement. You approved that on a very short-term lease agreement back when, before it expired. So, at the end of the day, you know, if you're trying to get somewhere close to that number, I think 12.50 is very reasonable. If not, re-advertise it back out for bid, what's the cost to advertise it back? $53 expense to be able to run the ad again and entertain bids at the next meeting.
And the current bid that is received is $500, coach. Is it correct?
Correct.
I'm going to ask that we, possibly negotiate for a higher bid. And I know I stated 12.50, was that my initial statement?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to say, okay, so was this last, contract, was it short-term?
What's a short-term lease?
And this one is short-term?
Well, it would be depending on the months. If they came in and did, yes, if they paid, you tell me at, $12.50, it would be a short-term lease, correct?
Okay. So 1,500 was at a short-term as well, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm going to, ask that we negotiate for 1,500. Oh, I'm going to move that we, negotiate for a $1,500 short-term lease agreement.
Clarification, Mr. Ainsworth will negotiate on behalf of the board.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ainsworth.
Can I interject?
Yes.
If in fact they will not accept that, can I have authority to go ahead and run it back in your paper and set bids for your next regular scheduled meeting? In other words, I communicate with them tomorrow, they say, not gonna be willing to pay $1,500,
Question,
Yes, ma'am.
could we renegotiate? If 15 is not accepted, could you renegotiate?
Yes, ma'am, I need to know the minimum that you will accept.
Well, if 15 is not accepted, then I would motion for 12.50. But right now, we'll do 15.
So, for clarification, your motion is to
15.
allow Mr.
Okay.
Ainsworth to renegotiate with the bidder for a maximum amount of 1,500.
Correct.
But a minimum of 12.50.
I'll accept that. Yes.
Ch-
Just per year?
Yes.
Short term, yeah. Per
All
year.
your 16 section leases are annual payments.
Chair will entertain, is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any questions on readiness? All in favor, vote by the sign of aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carried.
Timing's gonna be good, if for some reason we can't negotiate that, because they're gonna ask you to approve a termination notice on your last item there. That's a hunting lease that's going to expire, and of course, we approve the termination notice, we'll go ahead and re-advertise that in the paper. Just to kind of give you an idea, hunters like to be able to have their property secure under a lease and know later, than August, mid-August or so. Come September, they're thinking about food plots, October, they're not here.
All right. Chair will entertain a motion for the approval of a termination notice to hunting and fishing lease held by Wadidi Farm, LLC, 1621 North, 1 East, containing 213 acres. And we're gonna also approve, to advertise for sealed bids in the Greenwood Commonwealth. Second. It's been moved and properly second. All in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries.
I do have one more item, if I could, it's not something that has to be voted on, but, did receive correspondence, representative for WTF planning here. Yes, sir, step up. Basically, the law does allow the school board to consider this if a farmer has only one time to do this. If he makes, capital improvements on the property that is above and beyond normal farming operations, then you can grant a one-time extension of that current lease contract. That current lease contract, if I'm not mistaken, I believe you pay $40,000 a year, and basically be paying, law 120% of that amount, that one-time extension, so that lease payment would go from $40,000 to $48,000 a year for 5-year terms. I'm gonna go ahead and hand it over, to the gentleman here, to kind of let them take the farming, that's what they like to do, consideration of that.
We've had this for around 4 years.
I'm busy.
We've had this property this is our 4th crop. We've got one more year. Our contract now will end at the end of 24, in December of 24. And what we're proposing, we want to put a pivot on it to irrigate part of the property. That's going to require putting an irrigation well and a pivot system. I know you've seen those. That's the big sprinkler system that makes a loop out in the field. That's going to be an expense on our part, and it's going to increase the value of your property and allow us to make a better crop. And given the next 5 years, that will give us time to recoup our expense back out of it, is the idea there. I've done this currently on another 16th section that I have, and it's worked out well for me. I assume for y'all too. But we're just trying to, to get some irrigation and try to invest a little of our money into your property to help you and us both out.
Any questions, colleagues? Anything you'd like to add anything?
In that graph there, it shows shows what it looks like before and then what it looks like now and the amount of money we've already spent on the place. But obviously, to spend even more, we're going to have more time to recoup our investment. That's basically what we're asking for.
This is 49.
So right, Sunnyside, right before Minter City.
I don't know more about, how much about farming, but I know irrigation costs. That's
And I can give you an example when it's all dry land. So how long has it been since it rained? So last year our yield went down 20 bushels an acre. The year before it rained a lot, it was pretty good. It's a big risk.
Any other questions, colleagues? Ms. Ack, by chance, can you give us a description of this just for our records? Or can you get it to us?
Absolutely, I'll give you a copy of the contract, a copy of the law, and then some numbers to compare to what you have with your existing network.
For documentation purposes, Ms. Renner, would that work for you? All right, so what are you recommending?
Well,
The year extension, or they're asking for?
right, well, I would like to be able, we all be able to see the numbers.
Okay, before,
Before we take action. And I'd like to be able to give you an average of what your agricultural leases are producing, right, on a per acre basis. And then do the math of what, this, rental would go up to, which would be 48,000. I think the math works about $80 an acre, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere close to that. You got it, well, everybody makes it happen, that's right. So, but you need to look at the numbers of what all your existing ag leases are compared to what this will go up to, and then you make a decision.
so are you all pressed for time, or time constraint? Because, we can't have too many special call meetings, so, but what?
Well, I have to be able to get that information. If I got everybody's email, I can send that information over via email.
Okay, but we may end up having to have a special call meeting, but please do, and the board will entertain it at that time. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Do we keep these copies, or do you all want them back, sir? We keep, okay, all right, thank you all.
Any other questions about, I know everybody's not copied on emails, that's been generated, but, Dr. Bailey, I know.
I try my best to forward, I try my best to keep the board apprised of what's going on.
Any questions about anything that's been sent out, or any research that's been done?
I would, just for the record, Mrs. Rimmer, Mr. Ainsworth indicated to Mr. Waldington and I that the third item on our agenda on his presentation has been removed because that person failed to sign the contract. So in your packet, the third one. And that's section 1621 North, 1 East, Lot 41, Grady Campsite.
Two parties that have got in and sign off.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other questions? Are you gonna stay for the duration of, because we have something else? Or will you be available? Wait, I'm sorry.
Is it something that I could, I need to be here present, like, or can I do a conference call around?
Mr. Superintendent, you have a preference?
Either one would be fine with me. It's basically a discussion between myself and the board.
Okay. So maybe if you can be available, we need to call. Okay, awesome. Have safe travels. Mr. Superintendent.
Agenda item 8, there's a project update, Mark Clifford.
Good evening, Superintendent, Dr. Bailey, Board. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. As we discussed last week in the work session, you should have your packet in front of you. And a primary concern are some action items, but in general, progress is still being made on our projects as far as the HVAC and restroom renovation projects go. As I mentioned last time, hopefully they'll be getting close to substantially complete for about 8 of your restroom projects and start on the other 4 and try to wrap those up later this summer. Related also to the restroom project, I would tell you that they did do the borings outside the school at Bankston and in the 2 restrooms that had exhibited floor problems. And I'm looking for his recommendations on repair any day now. and I'll share those with Mr. Wallington and Mr. Howard as soon as we get them and address them at the next board meeting, hopefully. The window project, as we had mentioned, they have started preparing the design documents for it, and I had hoped to have you scheduled tonight. I do not have that yet, but I can assure you, as soon as I get it, I will forward it to Mr. Wallington and let you know when we'll be looking to advertise for bids for that project, and then come back to the board for that permission to do so. I do now have quite a number of board items that I'd like some action on. I don't know if I need to address them all together and take action later, or on a one-by-one basis. How would you like to do that?
You can present them, and if the board does not have any questions, we can approve all of them at one time, but if the board has questions, we could potentially pull those that there are questions about, if that's okay with you.
Perfect. So the first one is one we had talked about last board meeting on the HVAC project, the big electrical change. The price is still the same at $255,403.61. The confusion was in the time. As I mentioned in the work session, we had originally, when John Beard and I first presented to you, they were estimating somewhere in the neighborhood of 862 days. That was what made it into your packet. Unfortunately, by the April 4th board meeting, we had negotiated that down and come up with a deal of 300 days from the receipt of their material, which should at least save you about 260 days. So I would like, I guess, formal approval for the change order at $255,403.61 with 300 days added upon receipt of the material. Any questions on that one?
Colleagues, are there any questions? Seeing none, you can continue, Mr. Pitt.
All right. On the restroom renovation project, as I had mentioned, in the contract, there is language that addresses the contingency allowance. The amount is $405,000 to be used at the district's discretion, and the current language in the contract authorizes the superintendent to authorize those changes by way of a change directive without any additional board approval. We wanted to bring this to your attention to get confirmation that that was still acceptable, given I think the board makeup was different, the board attorney was different, and the superintendent was obviously different when that contract was written and fully executed. If we can do that, what we would do is issue change directives as things come up in the project. And then at each board meeting, when I give you the update, I'll have a spreadsheet that shows you how those dollars are spent or allocated per school. And then in fact, in your packet, I do think you should have that document in there with those changes pending.
Are there any questions, colleagues? From a legality standpoint, are we okay with this, Attorney Palmer, or are there specific thresholds as it pertains to a dollar amount?
So based upon what the existing contract says, it does give that discretion to the superintendent. And the reason that that provision is in that particular document is to not, quote unquote, burden the board with every single item that comes through the pipeline, but it's the board's decision. That particular language in that document is discretionary. So right now, as it stands, it does allow the superintendent to make those approvals subject to the board's approval thereafter.
Any other questions, colleagues? Now, Mr. Pipper, as I said during the work session, my concern is we're spending money on the schools that have already received the installation of these new devices, and potentially maybe running out of money when we get to those schools that are on the back end and they need these new, I think, chase walls or something of that nature. Just my concern, but of course the board has no problems with it, so we can move on.
Then on our roofing project, let me back up one other. On the carpet project, that had been placed on hold for a while. And I guess this evening we'd like board approval for permission to advertise for that project, solicit bids, and hopefully have those for you by the next board meeting.
Colleagues, any questions? Mr. Superintendent, how do you feel about the carpet? Is your recommendation to move forward?
Absolutely.
And this carpet will go at what school or schools?
Okay. Yeah, we're, from my understanding, we're taking copy of in all of the video.
This is all the schools, Mr. Pipper?
They have carpet.
It's all the schools that have carpet. I know Davis, I think Greenwood Middle, and I can send you the email which schools that is, but in all the areas where there is, that will be replaced.
All right. Now, remember, we have to be equitable, Mr. Pipper.
Yes, sir, I understand.
Any other questions, colleagues? Mr. Pipper, I think this is the
All right.
last one.
Lastly, on the roofing project, we have a proposal from Pickering to take some asbestos samples from those roofs that are going to be done. The proposal to do the sampling and testing is $3,600. We'd like permission on that. And then also, if he were to find any asbestos test hot in any of those schools, we will also then need that Pickering firm to prepare a specification that would go into the bid documents for removal or abatement of the asbestos. And then also they would do a clearance testing once that material's been abated. I don't have a proposal from them yet because we don't know how many schools that might be present. Based on past experience, I don't see that would be more than about $7,500 at worst. I quite frankly expect it to be at least half of that based on other jobs, but just in case I put that limit on it, if I could get permission to proceed and have that included in the documents, that way once I get the results and the bid documents go out, I can have that specification and clearance testing in the documents when they're soliciting proposals.
Any questions or concerns, colleagues? Seeing none. Now help me out, Mr. Pipper, if I say something wrong, okay?
All right.
Chair will entertain a motion to add 300 days to the change order for Greenwood High School. Provide the superintendent with the authority to approve the use of discretionary funds as needed related to these projects. Advertise for carpet removal, asbestos testing on roofs, and in the event that a positive test is received, the abatement of said roof not to exceed $7,500.
Abatement specification to remove.
Abatement specification to remove, not to exceed $7,500.
Yes.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. If there's nothing else, thank you, Mr. Pipper. Do you have something else?
No, sir, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Mr. Superintendent.
Agenda item number 9, bond issue update from Jim Young Law Firm and attorney Carlos Palmer.
Good evening.
Good evening.
All right, can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, good deal. I'm Jim Young, and just wanted to give you an update on what Attorney Palmer and I have been working on. We have developed a proposed schedule for the bond election with 2 alternate dates. The first date would be in conjunction with the November 7 general election. If we feel like, and if the board feels like the timing is right for that and that you can lay the groundwork for the election in time for the November election, that's a possibility. The fallback option would be to have the election either December 5 or December 12. And there are pros and cons to both of those scenarios. Attorney Palmer and I have discussed them, and we're comfortable to initiate the process, leaving a little bit open-ended for right now as to whether we recommend to you to call the election for November 7th or in December. Which of those dates we ultimately suggest to you will hinge on a couple of things that occur over the next month and a half. The most pressing need is for you to go ahead and select an architect to update the project cost estimates and to work with you on helping you determine the scope of the project, what you want to do, and how much we think that would cost. We can talk in just a minute in a little bit more detail about how you might select an architect. Attorney Palmer and I have kicked around some ideas on that. But just while we're talking about the schedule, that's really action item number one, is to go ahead and line up an architect to help you with the cost estimates, help you in finalizing, the scope of the project that you want to put on the ballot. Now, as a subsidiary point of that, like every other school district in the state, there's no way that you could issue enough bonds under your bonding capacity to do all your projects, everything that you need. So as a part of, and while the architect is updating the cost estimates, collectively we'll be working with you on considering any other options that you might have for financing a portion of the project. And the other options could include using district funds, could include lease purchase, capital lease purchase options, a note option. I don't want to get us too far in the weeds tonight, but simultaneous with the architect working on the project cost, we'll be working with you on options for funding the project so that the construction side and the finance side need to mesh at some point, and you'll come up with, this is the project, this is how we will pay for it. I would like to have, if we're looking at a November election, I would hope that we could come to some resolution of the project and the finance options by the end of August. And the reason that I say that is at some point, the first official action of the board to proceed with the bond election would be you adopt a resolution of intent and a resolution calling the election on the bonds. And in the resolution calling the election on the bonds, you approve the description of the project, the form of the ballot, the polling places, the whole 9 yards. And then we would hand that off to, under state law, you hand that off to the circuit clerk and the county election commission to actually conduct the election. And Attorney Palmer and I had conversation with the circuit clerk, who's been very helpful, has expressed a willingness to work with us, and he is comfortable at this point with having the election either November or December. He said either one of those dates work. The critical point where we will need to decide whether to have the election in November or in December would be in that August time frame. And if everything has come together where you're ready and comfortable to adopt the resolution calling the election either late August, early September, then I think you have the option of proceeding with a November election. If you're not quite there yet, perfectly fine to wait and call the election in December. And there's some advantage to that, actually, to have the election in December. Among other things, it gives you an extra month to consider the project, to get comfortable with the financing before you officially call the election. Once you call the election, and I'm just hitting the highlights, in the course of determining the project and calling the election, you may want to have one or more public hearings to get input from the public. It's very important that you hear from the public, frankly, that you hear from employees, and that to the extent feasible and possible, this is a community-based decision. It's not just a school decision. And so there needs to be a process, and we have ideas of what's worked and what hasn't worked at different districts. But there needs to be some public input, employee input as we go along. There also needs to be, you need to consider how you then educate the public as to the project that you want to do, the amount of financing that you plan to do, what will it cost the taxpayers. You know, we want to be fully, this phrase is overused, but we want to be fully transparent with the public on what you're doing and what the impact will be. Along with that, you can consider perhaps establishing a campaign committee that would help you in educating and publicizing the election. An important distinction. The school district can use its resources to the extent it desires to educate the public with neutral, fact-based information. And you need to do that. And that could be in writing, it could be on social media, it could be on your website. We can work with you in developing a frequently asked questions. You know, what is a bond issue? Why do we need a bond issue? How will the money be spent? What's the impact on taxpayers? All of those types of questions that always come up, we can go ahead and put those in a frequently asked questions, and you can put that on your website, distribute it however you want to. The line that you cannot cross is you cannot use public funds to promote the bond election. So you can explain what you want to do, why you want to do it, how it will benefit, all of that. That's perfectly fine. You just cannot promote the bond election. And that's where you may want to establish a campaign committee to help you do some things that you can't do legally under state law. That's not necessarily something to be discussed tonight, but that is something that we'll be doing in the August, September timeframe. And then typically the active campaign for an election, I think you need only 4 to 6 weeks. You know, once you've done your homework, once you've decided what you want to do, once we have common talking points and you've educated the public, I think 4 weeks, 6 weeks at the most for some type of active campaign. So that's kind of in summary the schedule. And we set it up where we have the option of having the election in November or in December. I think either one is fine. It will hinge to a big degree on selecting the architect and getting these cost estimates of the project. Attorney Palmer, anything else?
Just to echo what I've communicated earlier, is that in order for the district to be on the same page, it is essential for us to have a work session just to kind of hammer everything out, because of course it's only so much you can cover in a board meeting. So this has to get specific, individualized attention in order to maximize the game plan going forward to try to bring this to fruition.
Colleagues, are there any questions? Mrs. Lewis?
I have a question. I think you mentioned this when you were here before. What's the maximum number of polling places we can have?
There is technically no legal maximum. I suppose the maximum indirectly would be if you want to use all of the regular county polling places. Arguably, that's the maximum. There's nothing in the state law that says you can't use more, but I think you would need to have a compelling reason to use more than all of the regular county polling places. Flip side of that is, if you have the election in December, conceivably, and I stress the word conceivably, you could use less than all of the regular county polling places. Did that answer your question?
It did. So what you're saying is, if it's not a polling place now, it cannot be used, because if I'm not mistaken, we were told that we could use the schools
Yes.
as a polling place. And I know we use a couple of schools now, but outside of those schools we are already using, I thought that we could use other schools as well.
I'm glad you followed up. Let me expand on my answer. If you have the election on the same day as the November 7 general election, you'll have to use the same polling places.
Right.
If you have the election in December, which is why at least twice I've said there's some benefits to December, you have the authority under state law to name the polling places, which may include one or more schools. So that's a more precise answer to your question.
Thank you.
And if you do decide to have the election in December, that's a real discussion we'd need to have.
Okay.
Attorney Palmer was just suggesting, whatever the polling places turn out to be and whatever the voting date turns out to be, by state law, we have to run a notice of election basically 4 times in the newspaper that would list the date of the election, have the form of the ballot, the polling places. All of that would be included in a public notice, and particularly if we are not using all the regular county polling places, we may even give additional notice of where the polling places are.
Any other questions, Mrs.
I was just
Abraham?
going to ask, how significant is the cost difference between a November and a December?
I can speak anecdotally. We will ask that question of the circuit clerk. But under state law, even if you have the election on the same date as the general election, this is still considered, the bond election is still considered a separate special election, which means separate ballot, very likely, frequently, separate polling machines, additional poll workers. So I don't know that there's a huge difference. But that's a great question.
Any other questions, colleagues? So just based upon what you presented us tonight, 2 important things kind of stood out to me is, one, of course, deciding on a date, if that's going to be November, December, or hypothetically we can say November, which may go into December, and then selecting an architect.
Yes, sir. I'm going to reverse that.
Okay.
I think it's most important to select the architect. I would not necessarily tie yourselves down tonight to whether it's November or December. I would leave that in abeyance until you have an architect, have an updated idea from the architect, and then in the next month, 6 weeks, make the decision, the final decision on is it November or December.
So colleagues, I know previously when we had a conversation with one of your colleagues, and we talked with the superintendent about the architects, what the options for getting an architect. It was mentioned that we could do an RFP, or we could potentially use an architect that was already in the district. Is there a preference of the board? If it is, we can take that vote tonight to get that ball rolling, unless we just want to wait until another meeting. I know with Attorney Young and Attorney Palmer, I think we've been talking about this since February, potentially.
I do know that Attorney Palmer presented us with a work session, but I would like for us in the upcoming months, maybe we could have a retreat, a board retreat, and maybe discuss this issue, because I know our work sessions are basically tied up with agenda items. So maybe a retreat.
And if I may, to your point, Dr. Moore, I think you're absolutely right. When I said work session, I guess I didn't clarify. I didn't mean work session along with everything else. Just individualize specifically this one item to address during that particular session, whether it's a work session or retreat.
I would do for that.
Is that the will of the board? All right. Thank you, Attorney Young, and you have provided a copy of the timeline to the superintendent. All right. Thank you so much and safe travels.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Superintendent.
Agenda item 10.1, approval of early release for GLCSD seniors. Executive summary, all high schools in the GLCSD will have a block schedule for the 23-24 school year. This will allow students to receive 4 Carnegie units per semester and 9 Carnegie units per school year. With this in mind, the class of 2024 and beyond will have an opportunity, the opportunity to finish the classes needed before the end of the school day.
Any questions, colleagues?
Yes. So, Mr. Waddington, what are your thoughts on adding that, disciplinary and the attendance criteria?
Absolutely, with we have an attachment to that, and the information that is on there is early release for seniors. For early release, students must have met college and career readiness benchmarks, ACT sub-scores of 17 in English and 19 in math, or earned silver level on ACT Word Keys or SAT equivalent. Alternatively, student must meet all of the following: have a 2.5 GPA, pass or met all math assessment requirements for graduation, on track to meet diploma requirements. Only seniors in good standing has successfully completed state assessments will be eligible for early dismissal at the end of the 3rd block or after 6% of the school day. Seniors who have not passed assessments or who have not met all credit requirements will stay until the end of the day for classes or remediation or tutoring. After passing all state assessments and or meeting all credit requirement schedules will not be changed. Student transcripts will be evaluated only twice per school year to determine eligibility for early release privileges before day 1 of the school year and before January 1st of the 2nd semester of the school year. And all documentation of listed above, is to be signed off by the student parent, school counselors, principal, and superintendent. And as a part of this information, as far as early release, I think that it would be important to be able to add an attendance that the students do not miss, they have to have, students are there for 180 days, as far as school is concerned. 20 days is, anything over 20 days is considered, they're not having enough time for seat time as far as their classes are concerned or for a Carnegie unit. So I would say that the addition of what the requirement is already would be added as far as the attendance is concerned, that a student, I would say 15 days, as far as attendance is concerned from the previous year, and as far as the discipline is concerned. Of course, you're going to have students, you'll have students that, get in minor infractions, but I would think that a student that has been placed by the disciplinary committee in alternative school or that has been suspended from school will forfeit their ability as far as early release is concerned.
Any other questions, colleagues?
I got a question. What do we do with a student that missed over the 20 days?
But we have a system in place, Coach, that, you know, when they miss, X number of days, just say if they begin to miss, they miss 5 unexcused absences, of course, you know, we have the system to turn them in as far as the attendance officer is concerned, and we, you know, and then they work as far as working with the parent and working with the court system. Also, you know, we have put in place for last school term and this school term that, you know, each 9 weeks, if a student misses, has 2 or more, well, 2 absences, you know, with a parent excuse, the third one on for that 9 weeks, they have to have a medical excuse for that. So that helps as far as determining those absentees are concerned. Now, if a student misses, you know, over 20 days as far as school is concerned, then, you know, there is a meeting, you know, that is held with that student, that parent, the MTSS committee, and there is a distinct possibility based on that student's grades and what it is that he or she has not done, whether he or she will be able to receive a Carnegie unit or a passing grade in that particular class. So.
Any other questions, colleagues? Seeing none, the recommendation, Mr. Superintendent.
The superintendent recommends that the school board consider approving to allow early release for GLCSD seniors who meet the requirements beginning the 23-24 academic school year.
Chair will entertain a motion based upon the superintendent's recommendation. So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries.
Agenda item 10.2, approval of change orders. Mr. President, I think you mailed all the. Yeah, this is with Mr. Picker, but I could go in on it, you know, and kind of read them to make sure that we have them all in here. Executive summary, approval of change orders for GLCSD. Attached documents outline changes needed for construction or HVAC. Davis Elementary Chase Wall, $12,600. Change flush valve diaphragms throughout the district, $14,000. Bankston Chase Walls, $3,665. We'll issue a CCD for a C. Brown Chase Walls, Claudine Brown Chase Walls, $7,650. We'll issue a change order for Amanda Elder leak repairs, $24,000. We'll issue a change order for Third Year Elementary Chase Walls, $39,987. We'll issue a change order for Third Year Primary Chase Walls, $13,840. Electrical changes at $255,403.61, and 300 days upon receipt of all materials.
And as the superintendent,
Superintendent Wallington, looking at the facilities location in our repurposing plan, have these facilities been repurposed to be utilized after we have completed all of our updates?
Okay, we're talking about the reconfiguration plan that we
Yes.
approved? Yes, ma'am.
Uh-huh.
Okay, now, yes, I think that is, worth, discussing before, the board makes decisions based on some of the schools that we have. Davis Elementary School, Claudine Brown Elementary School, Third Year Primary School, okay? Based on the reconfiguration plan that will begin in 24-25 will not be utilized anymore, okay? They will not be because of the, reconfiguration plan and students being placed in the buildings that will be able to accommodate all of them. Now, we're talking about Davis Elementary School, and all of these items that are being approved, all of these things were approved by the board, before these, the reconfiguration and, basically years before. So with that being said, it is, I don't know, well, I guess it would be the decision of the board, to maybe table those, for those particular buildings to speak with Mr. Pipper concerning our ability to not do these, or consider doing these, well, our ability to not do these in these buildings that are slated, for foreclosure, or, it can be approved and we can go ahead on and continue with what's going on, and then maybe have that conversation at the next work session, so.
Just point of clarity, well, not necessarily clarity in the sense of, just to remind the public that the reconfiguration plan that was approved does not go into place until 24-25.
Right, 24-25.
And not this upcoming school year. However, the concern I have based upon Dr. Moore's question is, we will have students in those buildings this upcoming school year.
Absolutely.
So that work needs to be done to some degree. Because we can't again have new sinks literally falling off the wall.
Right.
That's a safety concern. But your point is well taken. I agree, Dr. Moore, that we don't necessarily need to put money into buildings that we potentially will not use moving forward.
Right.
But since they'll be utilized this upcoming academic year, we need to look at that.
Yes, and that is absolute truth, because, these change orders, we're talking about the chase walls and all of these buildings, and we're talking about the ability to use the restroom, and to be able to hang these things. So, of course, with our children being able to, going to utilize this for another 9.5 months, that is something that we really need to be able to do. One thing that we did discuss was about the carpet. That may be something that we discussed as to whether, that would be an expense that the district would want to have based on the reconfiguration plan. But these things that we have here are, are for the use as far as our restrooms are concerned.
Any other questions or comments, colleagues? Seeing none, Mr. Superintendent.
Superintendent recommends the board consider approving change orders for the aforementioned projects.
Now, we approved them with Mr. Pipper
Yes.
already.
Agenda item 10.3, approval of MOU between MDE and the GLCSD for Mary Henderson to serve as educator in residence for the 23-24 school year. Executive summary: pursuant to the Mississippi Board of Education approved educator in residence program, this agreement provides professional educators with an opportunity to work within various MDE offices to build reciprocal capacity across local school districts.
Questions or concerns, colleagues? Seeing none, Mr. Superintendent, your recommendation.
Superintendent recommends the board approves the MOU between MDE and the GLCSD to allow Mary Margaret Henderson to serve as an educator in residence for the GLCSD.
Chair will entertain a motion based upon the superintendent's recommendation. It's been moved and properly second. All in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries.
Agenda item 10.4, approval of the Greenwood Little Theater lease contract. The executive summary attaches the revised lease contract between GLCSD and the Greenwood Little Theater to add 10 years to its term and to add a paragraph that terminates the lease contract in event the Greenwood Little Theater ceases to exist or ceases to operate as a community theater.
Questions, colleagues? I have a question, Mr. Sturtevant. It may not be a major issue, But Attorney Palmer, in section 13 of the contract, it mentions, lessor, I think, is that correct? Will not schedule any event that conflicts, with Greenwood Little Theater. And that may have not ever been an issue, and maybe that's something that's just minute. My only concern is because I think you work well with, your organization works well with Principal Bush and the district, but in the event that the district does need to use the facility, and you all may have something planned, what does that look like? Hopefully, we would never run into that, but like I said, it may not be something worth discussing. That was just one thing that stood out to me.
That is a problem.
Oh, it is?
That we have to work directly.
Right.
We tell her, she tells us what she's got.
Yes, sir.
And we tell her, like, when we set up play, we really can't change.
Understood.
But we let her know well in advance.
Yes, sir.
And it's worked out well.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes there's small lumps, we're really not.
It's a mutual thing.
We can work.
Okay.
But when we're constant,
Yes, sir.
that is potential problem, we can work very
Yes, sir.
close.
Thank you for that. Attorney Palmer? Okay. Any other questions, colleagues? Statements, comments? Anything you want to make a statement, anything, sir?
I want to personally thank you for all the courtesies and extended the very gracious time.
Yes, sir. Mr. Superintendent?
The superintendent recommends the school board consider approving the amended lease contract for the Greenwood Little Theater to add 10 years to its term.
It's a long time, Mrs. Sturgis. Chair will entertain a motion based upon the superintendent's recommendation.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Yes, sir. Thank you. Be safe, Mr. Superintendent.
Agenda item 10.5, approval of the MOU from the Mississippi Department of Rehab Services. Executive summary: the Special Education Department provides work experience, employment facilitation, and transition skills related to services to children with disabilities who IEPs indicate the need for transition services. The transition services allow the students ages 14 and up to experience employment services to help to develop and implement their post-secondary outcomes and goals. To ensure compliance with IEP implementation, these transition services are through partnering with Ability Works through the Mississippi Department of Rehabilitation Services will need to be approved by the Greenwood LaFleur Consolidated School District Board.
Questions, colleagues, concerns? Seeing none, Mr. Superintendent.
Superintendent recommends that the school board approve the Mississippi Department of Rehabilitation Services, Office of Vocational Rehabilitation and Vocational Rehabilitation for the Blind agreement regarding the rules and regulation of IDEA and for the implementation of IEP as these items are required by the Office of Special Education.
Chair will entertain a motion based upon the superintendent's recommendation.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Mr. Superintendent.
Agenda item 10.6, approval of bereavement policy in Greenwood LaFleur Consolidated School District. Executive summary: employees of the GLCSD have a minimum of 10 paid sick days and 2 personal days. The purpose of this recommendation is to use 3 of the paid sick leave days as bereavement days. Those 3 days will be used only as specified by the approved policy.
Questions or concerns? Attorney Palmer, have you worked with the superintendent on drafting this policy?
Mr. President, after the superintendent presented it at the work session, I did some research with the Attorney General's opinions. I did not see anything that would prohibit this particular arrangement. The only arrangement pursuant to the Attorney General's opinion was when the bereavement days were in addition to the days that were normally allocated to employees, and that is not the case with this particular policy.
And we have to be careful with the Attorney General's opinion. Any other questions, colleagues? None? Your recommendation, Mr. Superintendent.
The superintendent recommends school board consider the following: adopting policy code GBRIAD, bereavement leave. The Greenwood LaFleur Consolidated School District provide time off for employees when eligible family members pass away. The time off will be paid leave. Employee may be granted up to 3 days bereavement leave for immediate family member. The bereavement leave policy defines immediate family as the spouse, children, mother, father, siblings, grandparents, grandchildren, mother-in-law, father-in-law, son-in-law, daughter-in-law, or anyone standing in loco parentis. The 3 days for bereavement leave will be taken from current sick leave total.
Just for clarification, that means sick leave would be 7 days now,
Will
right?
be 7 days,
Okay,
yes, sir.
awesome. All right. Chair will entertain a motion based upon the superintendent's recommendation.
Second?
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Mr. Superintendent. A question.
Yes, sir.
So GBRI, I think we added that, is it the same? For
It's two
number?
different.
Two different, okay,
Yes,
all right,
sir.
thank you.
Approval of addition to policy GBRI under section 9. Executive summary, new hires to the Greenwood LaFleur Consolidated School District that are eligible for vacation leave. The addition as far as section 9 is concerned, which I'm reading from the recommendation, is that new employees to GLCSD that are eligible for vacation leave will be able to begin using that leave at the end of their 10th month of employment in the school district. And as I talked to you all about at the work session, that, you know, what I'm trying to do is to ensure that if an employee is hired that is eligible for vacation leave, that they don't take their vacation leave in July, the same month that they're hired. You know, that they have to work, you know, before they get an opportunity to do that. And so that's what this is, that's what this recommendation is for.
Attorney Palmer, have you had a chance to review the policy change? Was it new policy? Or
It's
policy?
an addition to the policy that, to policy GBRI.
Okay.
I have, Mr. President, and based upon what I have reviewed in the state statutes, as well as the Attorney General's opinions, state law provides the school board and the district with a wide discretion to make these types of changes.
Any other questions or comments, colleagues? Your recommendation, Mr. Superintendent.
Recommendation, superintendent recommends school board consider the following addition to policy GBRI under section 9 that reads vacation and personal leave. New employees to GLCSD that are eligible for vacation leave will be able to begin using that leave at the end of their 10th month of employment in the school district.
Chair will entertain a motion based upon the superintendent's recommendation. So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Mr. Superintendent.
Agenda item 10A, approval of summer food service program. Executive summary, plans are being made for the 2023 summer food service program. It is scheduled to begin Tuesday, May 30th and end Friday, June 30th, 2023. Breakfast and lunch will be served Monday through Friday at the following sites: Bankston Elementary, Davis Elementary, East Elementary, Greenwood Middle School, LaFleur Elementary School, Threadgill Elementary School, and Threadgill Primary School. All 7 sites are open to the public. Announcement will be made to the public regarding the feeding dates and the times that meal will be served.
Just clarification, so we're retroactively approving this, correct?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, colleagues? Seeing none, your recommendation, Mr. Superintendent.
Superintendent recommends the school board consider approving to operate the 2023 summer food service program from May 30th through June 30th at Bankston Elementary, Davis East Elementary, Greenwood Middle School, LaFleur Elementary, Threadgill Elementary, and Threadgill Primary School.
Chair will entertain a motion based upon the superintendent's recommendation.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Mrs.
Have the announcements gone out at Superintendent Walker?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Superintendent.
Agenda item 10.9, approval of the 23-24 school board meetings and work sessions scheduled. Executive summary, the 23-24 tentative schedule for the GLCSD school board meetings and work sessions are attached.
Colleagues, please make note that we will have to adjust the Tuesday, July the 11th meeting, as that will take place during the mass conference for those who will be attending. And I guess we can set a date now, Ms. Rimmer. So, colleagues, would you all like to come that following Tuesday, which would be the 18th? What would you like to do? That's fine with you, Ms. Abraham? Ms. Lewis?
July 18th.
Yes, ma'am. Coach, will that work? July
18th?
18th? Yes, sir.
18,
Is
good.
that fine with you, Mr. Superintendent?
Yes, sir.
Gotta think about that, check that calendar.
Exactly.
Ms. Rimmer, 18th?
Yeah.
Review recommendation.
Recommendation, superintendent recommends the school board consider approving the 23-24 school board meetings and work sessions calendar with the adjustment for the July 11th regular board meeting to be moved to July 18th, 2023.
Chair will entertain a motion based upon the superintendent's recommendation. It's been moved and properly second. All in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. You're gonna send us an updated schedule? Ms. Rimmer? Thank you so much, Mr. Superintendent.
Agenda item 1010, approval of student transfer request. Executive summary, district employees are requesting to transfer their children to various schools in the district which are outside of their regular school zone. See attached list for additional information.
Colleagues, are there any questions or concerns?
For what reason are we allowing students to transfer from one school to another? Would it be sports or academics or closer to an area?
And it's probably it's probably on an individual basis, Coach. Sometimes you have some of our employees that may, just for example, that may live in Itta Bena, but they work in Greenwood Middle
Right.
School, but the daycare is closer to, you know,
Right.
what school. So instead of going to the school in at LaFleur County Elementary, you know, then they're asking that their child go. So it's just like a combination on trying to help them, trying to accommodate them as much as we possibly can.
Okay.
And Mr. Superintendent, I just noticed that on the transfer, the list of students to be transferred along with all of that information by county, there are some forms that are included, the request for student transfer, with students' names and parents' names that are not included on that form above. Does that make sense? Like county, so for example, you know, it may not say Rashawn Bailey under LaFleur County, but down in the request for student transfer, filling out that form, my information may be included. So can we just kind of double check that to make sure all of it lines up?
Okay.
I don't have a problem
Yeah.
entertaining that motion,
Yes,
just make
sir.
sure all of it
Yes, sir.
lines up.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, colleagues? Your recommendation, Mr. Superintendent.
The superintendent recommends the school board consider approving the student transfer request for the attached employees.
Chair will entertain a motion based upon the superintendent's recommendation.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries, Mr. Superintendent.
Agenda item 1011, approval of Kids First Summer Professional Development for counselors and principals. Executive summary, the district is proposing the use of Kids First consulting firm for summer professional development will be conducted 2 days in June. The training for the summer will focus on accreditation and strategic scheduling that will lead to student success. The chart that you have on your recommendation form shows that the participants will be principals, counselors, and select secretary. And it will be a total of 2 days for, $1,300 a day for, $2,600 as far as the total cost is concerned.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, Mr. Superintendent, your recommendation.
Superintendent recommends school board approval for Kids First to provide educational services in the area of accreditation and scheduling in the month of June.
Chair will entertain a motion based upon the superintendent's recommendation.
So moved.
Second, it's been moved and properly second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Mr. Superintendent.
Agenda item 1012, approval of the 22-23 DHA Little Champions Academy Summer School Program MOA and revised personnel list. Executive summary, the Early Learning Department is requesting the district permission to operate a summer program for incoming kindergarten students. The goal of the program is to ensure kindergarten readiness, increase academic performance, and develop early literacy skills, including vocabulary, phonics, language, and numeracy, establish rituals and routines, and become familiar with their teachers. The pay will be the same for both programs. Site coordinators, $35 an hour. Teachers, $35 per hour. Teacher assistants, $17.50. Some school applications and letters, and training will be provided by the district. The project titled Little Champions Academy will be implemented at Bankston Elementary School, Claudine Brown Elementary School, housed at Third Year Primary for the summer, Davis Elementary School, LaFleur Elementary School, the Third Year Primary. The Little Champions Academy program will be fully funded by Bethel Alliance Promise School.
Questions, colleagues? Seeing none, your recommendation, Mr. Superintendent.
Superintendent recommends school board consider approval of the attached 22-23 summer DHA MOA and revised summer school programs personnel list.
Chair will entertain a motion based upon the superintendent's recommendation.
So moved.
Second, it's been moved and properly second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Agenda item 1013, approval of snack donation from American Red Cross. The American Red Cross has received a large shipment of snacks that would like to partner with the Greenwood LaFleur Consolidated School District for distribution within the school district.
Questions, colleagues? Seeing none, Mr. Superintendent.
Superintendent recommends school board approves the distribution of snacks. Superintendent recommends the school board approve the distribution of snacks in the GLCS from the American Red Cross donation.
Chair will entertain a motion based upon the superintendent's recommendation. Second, it's been moved and properly second. All in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carried. And again, thank you to our friends at the American Red Cross.
Agenda item 1014, approval of the request from Delta Area Association for the Improvement of Schools to use Third Year Elementary School from June 12th through June 23 for pre-K boot camp. Delta Area Association for Improving the Schools is requesting the use of Third Year Elementary School PD room for June 12th through June 23rd for pre-kindergarten boot camp.
Questions, colleagues? Seeing none, Mr. Superintendent.
Superintendent recommends the board approve DAIS request to use Third Year Elementary School PD room from June 12th through June 23rd for pre-K boot camp.
Chair will entertain a motion based upon the superintendent's recommendation.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Approval, agenda item 1015, approval of the 23-24 bus route. Executive summary attaches a copy of the 23-24 school year transportation route.
Questions, colleagues? Seeing none, Mr. Superintendent.
Superintendent recommends school board consider approving the 23-24 school year transportation route.
Chair will entertain a motion based upon the superintendent's recommendation. So moved. It's been moved and properly second. All in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries.
Agenda item 1016, approval of the JROTC instructor annual certification of pay and data form. Executive summary attached, the attached form is to determine the inclusive work days for JROTC instructor for the GLCSD.
Question, Mr. Superintendent. Is there any particular reason that we're doing this now, I guess, separate from all of the other personnel?
Well, actually, I had a conversation with Chief Harry because, again, anything that I'm unfamiliar with, I'm going to have a conversation to kind of learn about what is this bringing to our school district, and we had that conversation, and I totally understand how this program can help us, and actually, you know, it would be good to be able to extend it in the 24-25 school year.
Thank you. Any questions, colleagues? Your recommendation?
Superintendent recommends school board approval for pay certification for Walter F. Herring, GLCSD, JROTC instructor for the 23-24 academic year.
Chair will entertain a motion based upon the superintendent's recommendation.
So moved.
Second. It's been moved and properly second. All in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Mr. Superintendent.
Agenda item 11, personnel. 11-1, approval of signing bonus for certified teachers. Executive summary, in order to attract highly qualified and certified staff members to the Greenville and Florida Consolidated School District, I'm proposing that GLCSD consider offering signing bonus, where a signing bonus.
Questions, colleagues? Mr. Superintendent, will something go in their contracts that indicates if they leave before that time period, then they're obligated to either pay that money back or it will be deducted from their final check if permissible, Attorney Palmer and Ms. Thomas?
Yes, sir.
You take the money from the last check? Oh, you do? Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. Any other questions, colleagues? Your recommendation, Mr. Superintendent.
The superintendent recommends school board consider approving the following for highly qualified or certified staff in needed content areas. A signing bonus of $5,000 will be offered for a 3-year obligation to the school district. Funding for the signing bonus will come from the school district consolidated federal programs project.
Chair will entertain a motion based upon the superintendent's recommendation.
So moved.
Second. It's been moved and properly second. All in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries.
Agenda items 11-2, approval of recommendation for Dr. Tawana Shannon as middle college student advisor. Executive summary, to create an additional duty with pay for GLCSD staff member that will serve as a student coordinator for students that will attend middle college at Mississippi Delta Community College.
So, question, this is not a new position. We're not hiring her to fill a new full-time position.
No, sir. This,
Okay.
yes, just a stipend, yes, sir.
Questions, colleagues? Seeing none, Mr. Superintendent.
The superintendent recommends school board consider the following, approving the position of Mississippi College Student Coordinator for the GLCSD. As far as I want to remove the approval of the job description for that. We will have that at our next board meeting. Approval of stipend for stipend of $10,000 for middle college student coordinator paid from federal funds, and approval of Dr. Tawana Shannon as middle college student coordinator for GLCSD.
Chair will entertain a motion based upon the superintendent's recommendation.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Mr. Superintendent.
Agenda item 11.3, approval of 23-24 personnel. Attached is a list of district personnel which requires board approval. Contracts and at-will agreements will be issued as required for the 23-24 school year.
So, Mr. Superintendent and colleagues, there's a matter that Attorney Palmer will need to apprise the board of in executive session. So if it's the will of the board, we can table this personnel matter until after executive session, once Attorney Palmer has had opportunity to address the board. If you make a yes. Yeah. It's been moved and properly second. All in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries.
Agenda item 11.4, approval of 22-23 personnel and resignation.
Colleagues, are there any questions or concerns regarding this particular document? Attorney Palmer, is it okay for us to act on this one, or should we wait? We're on 323, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't see an item that would be problematic based upon this list.
And if you mind, could you speak to the board, or is that an executive session matter regarding the email sent from Attorney Owens regarding staff resigning from the district about the code?
That would be an executive session matter.
Okay. Your recommendation, Mr. Superintendent.
Superintendent recommends the school board consider approval of the 22-23 personnel and resignations.
Chair will entertain a motion based upon the superintendent's recommendation.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries.
Agenda item 11.5, approval of the transportation drivers, transportation monitors, shop staff, warehouse staff, alternative school drivers, career tech drivers, and Excel Academy drivers for the 23-24 school year.
Attorney Palmer, is it okay to act on this one? We began on, I think it's 325, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Lewis.
On that list of resignations, we talked about 1, 2, 3, number 4, and the last one. Are those the same people?
You said the resignations?
Last name.
And number 4?
Yes, that's just a duplication. Yes.
I would advise the board to table this matter pursuant to an item that would need to be addressed in executive session.
So that's 11.5. Chair will entertain a motion to table. That's 11.5. 11.5, right, Mr. Superintendent?
Yes, sir.
Chair will entertain a motion to table 11.5 as advised by council until after executive session.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries.
Agenda item 11.6, approval of teachers for summer acceleration program. As a part of the district effort to address our overage population as well as dropout prevention, we're implementing a summer acceleration program. This program will be in session from May 30th through June 30th. The program will employ 6 teachers to serve as 6th through 12th grade students. The following teachers are recommended to be employed for the program: Kevin Haymore, Barbara McCline, Denise Pitchford, Naomi Smith, LaSharonda Spivey, Annie Steele.
And it's only for the summer, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Chair will entertain I'm sorry. Questions, colleagues? Your recommendation, Mr. Superintendent.
Superintendent recommends, school board consider approving, for the district to employ the aforementioned 6 teachers to work summer acceleration program May 30th through June 30th.
And this is okay, Attorney Palmer? This is 329.
I don't see any issues with this list.
Chair will entertain a motion based, I'm sorry.
Is this, retroactive?
Yes, ma'am.
Gotcha.
Chair will entertain a motion based upon the superintendent's recommendation. So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries.
Agenda item 11.7, approval of payment for Lester Smith as PA announcer for the LCHS football games for the 22-23 school term. This is an official recommendation for Lester Smith to serve as PA announcer at the football games at LeFlore County High School for the 22-23 school term. Mr. Smith will be paid a full sum of $438 for the 23-22 school term. Payment will come from LCHS activity fund.
I told you, Mr. Superintendent LaFleur, I always get left out. But thank you all for taking care of Mr. Smith. Colleagues, any questions? He loves the district.
Yes.
Your
The
recommendation.
Superintendent recommends school board consider approving payment for Lester Smith as PA announcer for football games at LCHS for 22-23 school term.
Chair will entertain a motion based upon the superintendent's recommendation.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries.
Agenda item 11.8, approval of 23-24 activity drivers. Attached is a copy of the 23-24 activity drivers.
Attorney Palmer.
I would ask that this matter be tabled in light of the discussion that will likely be in executive session.
Chair will entertain a motion to table this matter under advisement from council until after the executive session.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries.
Agenda item 11.9, approval of the summer feeding personnel recommendations. 31 food service employees are being recommended to work for the 2023 summer feeding program, which will run Monday through Friday, beginning May 30th through June 30th. This constitutes 24 working days. The attached documents delineate the employee roster, salary scale, and the number of days each employee will work unless participation in other unforeseen circumstances dictate that changes must be made.
Questions or concerns, colleagues? And just for clarification, this is retroactive, right? No questions? This is only for summer, right?
This is on summer feed. Yes.
Attorney Palmer, is that okay?
I see no issues.
Mr. Superintendent.
Superintendent recommends school board approval for employees who have been submitted to work in the 2023 summer feeding program to include the necessary adjustments to be made in order to ensure a successful and financial viable outcome.
Chair will entertain a motion based upon the superintendent's recommendation. So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. I'm sorry. Anybody opposed? No? Okay, I'm sorry. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Agenda item 1110, approval of Rosalind Richmond as a personnel consultant for the time period June 12th, 2023 through June 30th, 2023.
Questions or concerns, colleagues? Seeing none? Attorney Palmer, the question is, can this also be tabled, as a board member has a specific question, for the superintendent regarding this recommendation? Yes, sir.
It would depend on the nature of the question as to whether or not it is something that would need to be discussed in executive session.
This same name was presented under the personnel for the upcoming school year, and that was tabled as well. So would there be grounds to table this matter until further discussion, or?
You indicated this person was tabled
Yes.
previously?
Yes. Again, based upon the conversation that you need, well, the information you need to present to the board in executive session.
Again, I'm not in a position to make a call on that. If it is a situation that deals with a person's job performance, or something that deals with the character of a person, that may be an executive session, but I would need to have more information as to whether or not it's an executive session matter, or potentially an executive session matter, which would be the call of the board.
Duly noted. Mr. Superintendent, the question is, from the board, with us having a full-time person in human resources, is there a need to bring in a consultant?
Based on the information that I shared with you all at the work session, with the current human resources person that we have, and that person asking, and Attorney Palmer, please let me know if I'm going a little bit too deep, asking for the ability to be able to use leave days for, working at or in the position that he will be holding in July. Those things that we need to have done here in the Greenwood LaFleur school district, if this person that is being recommended for a consultant is approved for the position, this will allow us and help us to make sure that we continue to move forward in our areas of personnel and our areas of need, because we have a lot of need. That's the reasoning for this recommendation, and it is, it's totally understood by me that, with this recommendation, the reason why it came after the personnel recommendation, because if that was approved, then this would be viable for the board as far as consideration is concerned. But, I would think that if the personnel list is, tabled for executive session, then we can do the same with this until, that decision is made.
What is the will of the body? You heard the recommendation from the superintendent. And keep it, go ahead, sorry. It's been moved and properly second that we table this matter, is that right? After executive session. All in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Mr. Super.
Agenda item 11.11, approval of job description for Director of Operations and Facilities.
Questions or concerns, colleagues? I do have a question, and help me out, I know you're gonna help me. The title, it's not what we currently have, right?
On the job description for the,
Yes, so the job, the title of the job, that's not a job that we currently have in the district, correct?
yes,
So we don't have a director of operations and maintenance, or these are different jobs?
no, that actually is for the Director of Operations. And to go back, the job, that was, recommended in December of 22 was, Director of Operation and Maintenance. And the maintenance portion of it was taken out. When the recommendation for and this job description is for the 23, for the 23-24 school term. And remember when I talked to the board about that we wanted to make sure that the jobs that we're recommending to you are jobs that are in MSIS, okay? And this is the way that this particular position is in MSIS. Same job description, you know, same particular duties, but, you know, to fit what we have as far as MSIS and what is recognized in MSIS, that's the position type.
Attorney Palmer, advisor, is it okay to approve the job description, or do we need to wait until after executive session?
Is the person who is being recommended for this position on the list of personnel to be approved prospectively by the board?
The superintendent says, sir.
If that's not the case, I don't see any reason why the board could not approve it.
Any other questions, colleagues? Your recommendation, Mr. Superintendent.
Superintendent recommends school board consider approving job description for Director of Operations and Facilities.
Chair will entertain a motion based upon the superintendent's recommendation.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. For the record, that is 2 ayes. Can we do a roll call vote for clarification? Ms. Brimmer? Mrs. Abraham?
Aye, Magna Abraham.
Coach Fant?
Nay.
Dr. Moore? Mrs. Lewis? Nay, Rashawn Bailey. Motion fails for lack of a majority.
I'd like to make a public clarification of that I see no objective reason for that job description not to pass. It goes with the code based on NDE. And if I feel that it is a public, vote, it is a discrimination against the person that holds that position.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Superintendent?
This is one of the added agenda item 11.12, approval of policy GBRI, absence from duty. Executive summary, addition to section 2, paragraph A of policy GBRI, absence from duty. And again, I'm going to go into the recommendation as to what is being asked for as far as consideration. Superintendent, yes.
It's an attachment, colleagues.
Yes. Superintendent recommends the school board consider approving to add the following statement to policy GBRI. If an employee has taken 4 unexcused sick leave days, each sick leave day following day number 4 shall require a doctor's or medical verification.
Attorney Palmer, are we in compliance with the law in regards to this recommendation? Thank you, Ms. Abraham.
I voted on something like that before.
I think we did.
We did
I
have
know you
that.
presented, did you present it during work
It
session?
was in, the work session.
No, I mean, even
Before then?
before that, you said, I thought.
When you get as old as me, Ms. Abraham, you can't remember. Or if you need to look at our current policy.
So this was forwarded to me by the superintendent, and, based upon what I reviewed in the same research, I don't have an issue with what's being presented back. There is at least one other school district that had a similar, policy to this in order to prevent people from abusing the system.
So, Ms. Abraham, would it be okay if the board entertained a motion to accept it in lieu of our current policy, or, I mean, what?
That's fine, I just thought I remember the superintendent bringing something up, saying there were so many absentees and he wanted
Yes,
to do that.
yes, you're exactly right, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what's different about this, what am I missing?
And the thing, the only thing that's different about this is to be added to the policy. And that's the reason, I wanted to be added to the policy.
Okay, so what we voted on before was the recommendation,
Yes,
but it
ma'am.
wasn't officially policy.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you.
Your recommendation, Mr. Superintendent.
Recommendation, the superintendent recommends school board consider approving to add the following statement to policy GBRI. If an employee has taken 4 unexcused sick leave days, each sick leave day following day number 4 shall require a doctor's medical verification.
Chair will entertain a motion based upon the superintendent's recommendation.
So moved.
Second. It's been moved and properly second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Agenda item 1113, approval of GLCSD junior varsity football and fast pitch softball programs. Board and people in attendance, please bear with me. This is kind of long executive summary. In another effort to develop situations in which our students will be allowed to work together towards a common goal, I'm proposing a development of a district-wide junior varsity football and fast pitch softball program to begin competing in the 23-24 school term. The proposed program will not take the place of any of our existing programs at our high schools nor middle school level. The proposed program will consist of 9th and 10th grade students that are not considered varsity from each of our high school programs, and 9th and 10th grade students that choose to try out. A schedule for practice will be developed collaborative among the 3 programs. The football coaching staff will consist of a head coach and a maximum of 4 assistant coaches to be chosen from the current coaching staff and or GLCSD faculty. The fast pitch coaching staff will consist of a head coach and a maximum of 2 assistant coaches to be chosen from the current coaching staff and GLCSD faculty. Each team will play a maximum each team will play a maximum of 8 games for football and 15 games for fast pitch softball for the 23-24 inaugural season. Stipend recommendation will be determined based on the extra practice time days determined by the coaching staff.
Any questions or concerns, colleagues? Yes, ma'am.
So how is this, gonna impact our budget?
As far as our budget is concerned, the only thing that we will be adding as far as our budget is concerned is to, the travel for the students as far as the games are concerned, which includes the meals and the fuel, the additional stipend for those that will participate. It won't be the equal to the stipend that we have for our coaches now, because when you're talking about junior varsity, you usually talk about at a maximum of a 2-day practice or a 3-day practice with them amongst themselves, that would be in addition to the practice that these 9th and 10th graders will have on their home team. So, so that would be just an additional time as far as that's concerned. And, there may be as far as uniforms are concerned, that would be something that we would have to deal with as far as the coaches are concerned, and meeting with administration to bring to you all an estimate of what that would be as far as these two teams, are concerned.
And I think this is an awesome idea, as we shared before, Mr. Superintendent. I think it's certainly a step in the right direction as it pertains to our kids learning to get along from the various different areas within the county. Colleagues, any other feedback or questions?
I think it's a great idea. I also think that in a situation like this, it covers several grounds. Like Title IX is going to require, the same amount of sport programs for girls as it does boys. So fast pitch softball is the hottest item for girls right now. If you turn on the ESPN, that's all you see. This time of year, fast pitch softball, and it allows the girls to get those college scholarships. So I think it's a great idea.
Wallington?
Yes, ma'am.
In that last sentence before the prepared by statement or phrase,
Yes, ma'am.
it says stipend recommendations will be determined based on extra practice time days determined by coaching staff. Are they determining that, or with
The
athletics?
stipend, no, ma'am. I'm going to determine the stipend based on what I'm going to do is the stipend that you're looking at the approved stipends from last year for our particular sports, and based on the number of days that that the coaches have to have those stipends and the number of hours, then the extra stipends for these coaches for their work would be on a Saturday and a Sunday, and then maybe a Monday would be determined by that. It'll be a prorated type of audition as far as the stipend is concerned. And just to give an example, which again we haven't met, if the stipend for an assistant coach in our school district is an average of $5,000 or per sport for football. If and that's for the entire, as far as the entire year is concerned. If we have a junior varsity that will be consistent on 8 games, meaning that they may practice 16 times or at the most 20 times, instead of a $5,000 stipend, that may be an additional $1,000, because you're talking about 20 days, in relations to probably 120 days when you're talking about as far as football is concerned, a full season, because it's a 3-month, particular situation at 5 days a week.
I like how you said that, Mr. Superintendent, about that average as it pertains to the assistant coaches.
Yes, sir.
I want to see you come up with that average.
Yes.
Any other questions, colleagues? None? Your recommendation, Mr. Superintendent.
The superintendent recommends the school board consider approving the following: the addition of a district-wide junior varsity football and fast pitch softball team, and recommendation for current LeFlore County High School assistant football coach Xavier Johnson as head football coach for GLCSD junior varsity football team.
Chair will entertain a motion based upon the superintendent's recommendation. It's been moved and properly second. All in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Mr. Superintendent.
Oh, yes, sir. It's the-
So colleague. So Ms. Lewis had the same question that I asked. But if I can, say, I believe the superintendent is working on this.
Oh, absolutely.
Necessary to us. So in regards to DHA, colleagues, a parent sent an email. She actually sent 3. One of the attachments I could not open, and the second one contained the information that I emailed each of you around 4:30, 4:40. And I did send it to Mr. Superintendent regarding some of the curriculum that our students are being exposed to via the DHA grant. And I just have 2 examples that I would just like to share. And of course, I would ask the superintendent if he would to kind of get with whomever is responsible for implementing this to kind of go over or review the curriculum to kind of avoid concerns, I guess you can say. Long story short, this excerpt is entitled I'm an African American. And I would not read it in its full content, but it states that there is great diversity in the way people look and the languages they speak. Skin color ranges from white to very black. The term very black can be viewed as being offensive, considering all that our students, with us being in a majority African American or black school district, all of the nuances they deal with, peer pressure, bullying, and all of that, that particular terminology is very concerning, at least for me. When the parents shared it with me, I was kind of taken aback. I do recognize that that can be subjective, but I just wanted to bring that to the superintendent's attention. And then the second excerpt is from what is called I'm Proud to be an American. And it reads, some Americans have ancestors who have lived here for thousands of years, like the Native Americans. Some Americans have ancestors who came here on ships from other lands looking for new homes and a place to be free. I believe we all can agree that that may not necessarily be the case for many of the students and their ancestors that we serve in the Greenwood LaFleur Consolidated School District. Again, I do recognize that the interpretation can be subjective. However, we need to kind of be mindful of what it is that we present to our children and the information and knowledge that we ask that they participate in. Again, I'm just sharing it with the superintendent and the board as an FYI, as a parent, shared this information with me. Nothing else. Mr. Superintendent.
Agenda item 13, consent agenda. I would ask the board for consideration for consent agenda minus, well, Mr. President, I would like to ask the board to consider pulling agenda item 13.5 for clarification from the attorney.
So colleagues, the consent agenda will include the Saturday boot camp personnel list, if that's okay, Attorney Palmer. The DHA amendment, the third DHA amendment, the modified work schedule for summer 2023, early graduation, CTE classes as electives, the resolution for the EFRLF grant, and approval of the DHA Rising Third Grade Summer Camp, DHA Summer MOA, and revised summer school programs personnel list. And again, if that personnel list is okay by Attorney Palmer.
Yes, sir. Superintendent recommends the school board consider approving the consent agenda in its entirety minus agenda item 13.5.
Questions, colleagues? Seeing none, Chair will entertain a motion based upon the superintendent's recommendation. So moved. It's been moved and properly second. All in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Mr. Superintendent.
The agenda item 13.5 is, approval of 2023 banner ads at the Elder Ballpark. Executive Son of Manayeza High School, action in Manayeza High School PTO would like to see our banners to be displayed on the baseball, softball field facing the main road entrance to the school. Additional information is attached. I sent this information to Attorney Palmer for, for the legality of us being able to do that, and he's going to explain to you all what it is that we found.
Members of the board, as the superintendent indicated, he brought this matter to my attention. Of course, I did some research to see whether or not this would be permissible under our law and policy. Just in particular, the PTO organization seeking to sell banner ads to be hung, I think at the entrance of the school, as well as on the softball and baseball fields, to collect funds of those individuals who want to advertise as such, and then those monies would be deposited with PTO to be used amongst other things to give back to softball, baseball teams for improvements and things of that nature. This particular Attorney General's opinion is not exactly apples for apples, but it makes the point that needs to be demonstrated. In this particular instance, Jones County School District and the board asked for an official opinion. The PTO of Jones County wanted to be allowed to sell baseball season tickets. The school district, like many other school districts, didn't sell baseball tickets because unfortunately baseball in some areas of the state is not a popular sport and does not justify you charging people to come and support and watch the team. Right, exactly. But the PTO wanted to sell tickets and then use those funds, amongst other things, to help out the baseball team, etc. What the Attorney General opinion indicates is that any funds that are raised concerning school athletic events that generates money on the school campus, whether it's selling tickets or anything that generates revenue, that's public funds, okay? There's even an Attorney General's opinion that asks whether or not the PTO could sell or let in veterans for free at a game. Can't do that because that's a donation. Even though, the spirit is good, but there's certain ways of doing it, some things you just can't do. But in this particular opinion, it says, highlight the portion, it says, the opinion issued to Robert Sullivan, Esquire, dated January 28, 1975, specifically states that such funds may not be received and expended by a parent-teacher association. Schools are not required to charge admission to any school event, but if admission is charged, the money received must be treated as public funds. So if there's going to be advertisements on school property and people are willing to pay for that advertisement because it is on school property, those funds would actually be public funds and not be legally delegated to a PTO or PTA. Those would be funds that the school district would need to have access to. Long story short. Any questions?
Are all PTO funds designated that way?
I cannot speak to how PTO funds are designated. I can only say that if they are using school property to raise funds, then those funds are public funds.
Well, this speaks to, it was actually here, the acronym for speaking to PTOs, and I do know there is a difference. Here, I did notice in the highlighted area where it talks about PTAs. So,
So again, if it is not an arm of the political subdivision school district, then it's treated as a third-party separate entity. Thank you.
Your recommendation, Mr. Superintendent?
My recommendation for agenda item Agenda item 13.5, based on the Attorney General's opinion and, from recommendation and consulting with our, school district attorney, that the school board consider, denying the, request for the Amanda Ellis High School PTO to sell that area.
Any questions, colleagues? Chair will entertain a motion based upon the superintendent's recommendation. So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Mr. Superintendent.
Agenda item 14, financials. Attached are the financial reports for the month ending April 2023. The following reports are attached: claims docket, statement of revenue, statement of expenditures, current budget status, current cash flow statement, statement of fund balance, combined balance sheet, bank reconciliation, quarterly budget amendment report.
Questions or concerns, colleagues? And Ms. Thomas, thank you. I believe you were reading my mind about the athletic stuff. You specified which school, so thank you for that. I appreciate it. Questions or concerns, colleagues? Seeing none, Chair will entertain I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Superintendent.
Superintendent recommends school board consider approval of the April financial reports and the payment of claims 955-195 to 955-496.
Chair will entertain a motion based upon the superintendent's recommendation. It's been moved and properly second. All in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Chair will entertain a motion for consideration of executive session.
So moved.
Second. It's been moved and properly second. All in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Yeah, me too.
litigation matter involving